Hello, good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Happy Friday, everybody. Sorry for being a minute late. I just had a friend over for breakfast and was seeing them out. Whoa, happy birthday, everybody! MouseHunt birthday. Dozen of them. It's great. How's everybody doing? Hello, hello, happy birthday. Happy birthday, everybody. It's all your birthday. Or it will be very soon. How's everybody doing? Art stream today? Nice shirt. Yeah. If anyone, yeah, I got this printed reversed just for you guys. Yeah, this is from the 10th birthday. It was a very fun, good time. Right. So, hello, artist dude. Hello, dude Devolts. Is that cat mine? It is. That is Pika. Hello, Pika. Yeah, so, okay. It's going to be a bit of, I don't know what stream. Dave is sick today. And I don't have, like, specific art task for Feedback Friday today. It's also, like, the birthday. So it's kind of like, what do we do? What do we want to do? Current status on the White Mouse, untouchable is what it is. Basically, not going to get a redraw. If we want for merch specifically, I'll update the asset to look exactly the same, but it'll just be high res. That's it. That's the only thing that would happen to it. We're not going to repaint that. So finally, salt and pepper pond pincher skins. It could happen. We could do that if enough people want to see that. Happy birthday, MouseHunt. Yeah, a dozen of them. Dozen years. That's pretty crazy. Guys, I feel so like just excited that I have been a part of this project for 12 years, and I hope I get to be for another 12 years. It's pretty great. So yeah, and thanks to everyone for being a part of it. It's super awesome to have you here, to like get to hang out and meet some of you, and just kind of like that you've supported this project for as long as you have. We all very much appreciate you, and you're awesome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun working on the journal theme last time, and also the map. The map was a lot of work. There's still stuff I want to do on that, but it's not any priority right now. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Dragon Slayer cannon skin. Was that an LE trap? If it was, I don't think we can put a skin for it. Dragon Slayer. No, it's not LE. Oh, right. I was thinking of a different one. Yeah, the Cowgirl's Rib. It's a tough one to get. It's a little bit of a doozy. So to be like, hope you got one to get this trap skin. Yeah, so there's probably a bunch of different things we could work on today. But yeah, nothing specific is like, this is on the docket that I should probably, do for stream. Can do a straw poll. I have kind of like a list of old mice to redraw. We could do another kind of like journal theme even. I think, what is it, the past two like Feedback Fridays I've done with you guys, I've done like landscape illustrations. So I mean, I'm not opposed to more. I've actually been having a really good time with it, so that's kind of interesting. I I will not be painting an ill mouse. No. Let's see. Could always use more journal themes. Yeah. So what are we doing? That's a great question. The past while at work, I've been working on various kind of prototypes and design ideas. We're kind of like narrowing in on some stuff. So I've just kind of been doing a lot of that. But there hasn't been, aside from kind of like prepping for events, which we've basically gotten stuff done for that already. There's not been like crazy amounts of content, so therefore I don't have anything that I've kind of reserved for doing on stream. Um, yeah, okay, so there's a few people saying Dragon Slayer canon skin. That could work. That could work. I don't know what the skin would be. I mean, it'd be cool to do something birthday related, but it wouldn't be a good idea because the birthday event already is out, and we can't just be like, hey, by the way, we're adding this in. That just won't work. Also, do you guys know about the art contest? We're doing a MouseHunt art contest. I kind of vaguely mentioned it 2 weeks ago before we actually posted about it, but if you check out any of our social medias or the previous news post on MouseHunt, there's details on how to enter that. I will be judging. A part of that, there will be like actual MouseHunt merch to win. And also, I'll probably give out some runner-up prizes and stuff just to other people who would participate. Probably some like, maybe like Super Brie kits or something. I don't know specifically, but just to, reward people for partaking and kind of like sharing in MouseHunt's dozen years of awesomeness. So, yeah. And I mean, it can be whatever kind of submission you want. Like, draw on a napkin. I want to see it. I don't care. Maybe you'll get free Super Brie. Can't draw? That's okay. A lot of people can't draw, but that shouldn't stop you from just kind of trying anyways. No, I mean, like, go for it. Why not? Or like, if you know someone that can draw, be like, hey, I have this idea. Help me draw this, and then you can share a prize. Yeah, so we do want to have some kind of theme for it. Birthday adjacent. It doesn't need to be like super. Every element of it is very birthday. It could be kind of like a cool character idea or a cool trap idea, and then there's like a party hat on it. But yeah, I think it should kind of like be birthday related somehow. It doesn't need to be like super birthday related, but if you just want to make cool MouseHunt art, I'm not going to stop you. I would love to see it. I would say, even if you can't come up with something birthday related, but you do want to like enter the contest with a piece of art, then do it anyways. And I think that's totally fair. It may not win the criteria, but I think it'd be cool. Do it. Yeah, so, all right. Yeah, always 11 a.m. Friday. EST, I guess. Yeah. Toronto time. That's how you do it. But yeah, so we could draw kind of whatever you guys want to see. Um, I've been working on some kind of prototype stuff, and it's like I do need to do some art to kind of like do mock-up stuff for that, and like I wouldn't mind kind of like working on that, but at the same time, it might be kind of odd to like draw some just kind of rough dev kind of like prototypey art that probably will get tossed out in terms of concept and everything. It might not be a thing in the game anyways, so it'd be kind of I don't feel like maybe that would be an ideal thing to do. But I am kind of like trying to put something together, so the sooner I can do that, the better. Need to do some art. All right, so let's see. Got a straw poll. Thank you, Brian, for putting it together. Trap skin journal theme, location banner, mouse redraw. HDify update. That's a dangerous one to include in that. I feel like people are going to be like, no. Yeah, I don't think that if I HDify a mouse, I'll do it live, because I think people might just have visceral reaction. If I do it off stream, you'll never even know. But then you'll be like, cool, it's on merch. Looks how I remember it. Yeah. All right, so we got some votes for a trap skin. All right, let's see. What would I even be able to do for a trap skin? Obviously, there's kind of the request for a Dragon Slayer cannon skin, which I think that is pretty cool. Trap skin it is then. All right. Don't stop drawing journal themes. Yeah, that's true. Like, I think we could kind of, make more of those. They're pretty cool, and like a nice kind of like, they can be put in place as, like a challenging achievement, because you get to show it off, and it's not game changing. Like, it won't matter if you have it or not, but being able to like collect it, being able to kind of like wear it proudly on your profile, those are awesome elements for it. Ooh, trap skin has fallen behind, has it? Oh, it has. Location banner, mouse redraw. Yeah, there's a lot of things jammed in that one. Yeah, okay. Journal themes catching up. Well, it's still a little behind. Oh boy. All right. Looks like location banner or mouse redraw might be taking the cake. This is going though. This is some action in this straw poll. Battle continues. All right. Like to wear journal themes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that like actually one of the things we're looking at right now is improving the journal theme selection interface. I know that Maxine was just kind of doing some mock-ups with Giorgio just the other day. They were kind of like looking at how it could be improved, because I mean, it's kind of awkward to get to. Like, since we changed the profile page, it's like down below the journal now, and like a little link that you don't really notice. Um, yeah, and I will tell Dave to get well soon. Thank you. Yeah, so obviously it can be put in a better place, and then also the way that it's laid out, the more we add, the more kind of like difficult it'll be to kind of like get through it. So we might like start to categorize them and stuff, but that's just kind of scribbles on a page currently. So we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of votes today. Oh my goodness, neck and neck with Trapskin and Redraw, or new location banner, or journal theme, or whatever. Oh no, journal theme's its own, and it's not doing so hot. Guys, no love for journal themes? I guess I did the ultimate one last time, so don't need any more, right? All right, we're tied. Trapskin, redraw / location banner. Okay, so if we did do a location banner, what would you want to see? What location? Let me know. Valorif journal theme. That'd be actually a pretty cool one. That'd be strong. And suddenly there were 2 more votes for the journal theme. By the way, if anyone's in the MouseHunt meetup, hello. Did Lauren and Parm make it a-okay? Are they having a good time? Hello, hello. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a blast. Oh, Trapskin's pulled ahead. Got an extra 5 votes on that. All right. Although I guess they're flying out now. I think maybe they arrived this morning. 37 votes. It's still going. Okay, the meetup hasn't started. Okay. Yeah, I need to account for the time difference. That might be important. Still getting off planes. That's fair. That's fair. All right. But yeah, I'm excited. Lauren's been before, but this is Perm's first meetup, so be kind. He's a very good boy. Um, yeah, should be a lot of fun though. All right. Is the Super Brie factory under the water? It is currently. Um, it is above water. I was gonna say unsubmerged, but yeah, yeah, it will sink below the sea once the event ends. But for now, cash out. Um, actually, we modified the event, um, how kind of the structure works. So it looks very similar to last year's, but we've actually kind of amped it up pretty significantly. So yeah, definitely kind of get your factory pumping. It's pretty good. Yeah, we wanted to kind of like really kind of make it more about getting good Super Brie reward, and also kind of like I think it's kind of cool to make it where it's like, okay, this is where you can get your empowered Super Brie now. Like it can be known as a solid place to build up reserves for that. In the map, it's under the water. What? That's not right. Did they not swap out the map? What? I sent them the. All right. That's weird. So everybody's just like under the sea for this, huh? All right, I'm gonna send that out to the MouseHunt team right now. Hmm. Sorry, just kind of checking in with the team. All right. So I'll make sure that they have the file to swap it out if they need to. Or maybe my cache and everyone here's cache isn't refreshed properly. Let me try that. Sent off someone from. Yeah. All right. I gotta find what task that was put in. Okay, it was a cache issue. All right. So one thing that happens a little too frequently is when we replace, like we swap out an asset. The map is a good example of that. We've had to do it with kind of like HUDs or mice or something like that. And when the system kind of like gets the new file and it's basically the exact same, like file size and stuff, like the name is just like replacing it. Um, it can basically be like, oh, nothing has changed, even though the image is different, and we have to manually be like, no, like break this version, recheck it, and make sure that they update it. Okay, so Georgia said he just busted it. Let's see if it hard refresh should work now. Mine didn't. All right. Well, it might take a bit for the system to catch up. But yeah, so basically that was just a caching issue, but it's like in our system that it didn't kind of like make sure to force update it. So, all right, it's working for people now. Awesome. Good, good. Let's see if mine worked. All right. Okay. Yeah, it should be. It should have always been on the mobile app because that one doesn't have the same kind of caching stuff. Mine's still cached though. That's weird. Very strange. Yeah, I didn't even notice because like when I click to travel, I just use the travel banner. All right, so let's see. Let's see what the vote is at. Trapskin. Trapskin has 51 votes versus 35 for the mouse redraw / location banner and 9 votes for the journal theme. We're 95 votes total. Not bad. Still have your snorkel on. Nice. All right. Well, yeah, I'm sure it'll like it might need to kind of like go through each of the different servers, and those all need to refresh. If it doesn't get like cleared up by like lunch, I'll poke them again, see if there's something else an issue with it. Where did the extra people come from? I don't know. You tell me in the chat. Where'd you come from? Pretty sure there are definitely more than 95 people that do play the game, and perhaps because it is kind of birthday time, more people are active and interested in checking out the chat and stream. So, but yeah, thanks for coming and participating in this vote. This is probably one of the biggest votes we've had. It looks like it's still ticking away. A dark theme for the Smoldering Stone Sentinel Trap would be awesome. Oh, I see. 54 people are watching. 100 voted. Are there duplicate votes? 108 votes? It says no duplicate checking. Are people just like multi-voting? Is that a thing? Who's hacking the system? What's going on? All right. Analytics. But at any rate, it does look like Trapskin. So what Trapskin do we want? Yeah, 56 for concurrent viewers, 57. Okay, so Dragon Slayer Cannon is one of the suggested. I mean, we can definitely do that. I don't know if we have a theme we want to go with. We have like the egg hunt coming up as well. We are starting to kind of like work on assets for that. So we could create something for that if we want. We could also just make a generic cool trap skin. Like, I don't think there is any reason we couldn't do that. And then just kind of like put it in the game somewhere, I suppose. Egg hunt. It's just a giant egg launcher. That'd be pretty rad. I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, let me. I can't quite verify if someone's worked on it or not, because I know we were discussing internally making some trap skins for the egg hunt. And I think Lauren posted a list that she was considering for the trap skin, and I'm not sure. I don't think any got started, perhaps. Oh wait, okay, I know. All right, so yeah, we could work on the Dragon Slayer cannon. Yeah, because that one doesn't have one in the works right now. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness, yeah, make it for the St. Patty's Day, a weekend event where there's just this like trap skin for the craziest trap in the game. That would go over great. Perfect. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think people are on board with Egg Hunt, Dragon Slayer Cannon. Pardon me. Yeah. Gilded / royal theme. No pastel colors, please. But it'd be so cute. Regal Dragon Slayer cannon. Yeah, like that's another thing is if we wanted to just do a really cool looking thing, could be in the King's card. And that's easy enough to just kind of like add into the game. So that could be how we do it. I think right now maybe we'll try doing it as Egg Hunt though. Oh, tournament. Hmm. Stone Sentinel one. Humpty Dumpty. I like it. She who shall not be named. All right. So I'm gonna pull up the Dragon Slayer cannon. I'm like, what did I call this file? Because I never know what the name of the trap is going to be, so I just make up one. And it's usually like while I'm sketching it, because I need to save the file, right? So I just kind of make up a really vague name that might capture the essence of it. Where was it? I just saw it. I think it's like ultra rare in the name because I knew that it was going to be like a very rare drop. Let me use my new searching tool. Ultra rare. There we go. That found it. Okay. Open file, please. There we go. All right, so I'm going to pop my camera over to my screen. Photoshop. All right, so here we have the ultra rare draconic trap. That was the name of the file. This one was pretty fun. Like we kind of like actually came up with the recipe for kind of like what it was. There was like the dragon scales and the cork and the rubber and rib and special drops and stuff, and like we basically had all the ingredients to start with, and then I kind of like tried to make something out of that, but also make it so that it could be multiple parts because we wanted to do that whole like ARG. I think we went a little light on it, to be honest, but because I mean you guys solved it in minutes, but alas. All right. So anyone feel like this is a bad idea? Like, oh, because it's such a rare thing, why make a special skin right now? Or are people like, no, this is cool. Let's go for it. Big boom boom thingy. Yeah, like I've definitely named things like that. It needs a skin someday. I mean, it's true. It's true. Cannot please everyone. This is very true. No one will ever be pizza. It's just a hard fact. Motivate you to keep going after that rib. Okay, so I wonder if it would be better to make it more kind of like open-ended, where like if it was like a king's reward or like king's arms, where you could just kind of like buy it when you unlock it, or if we did it for the egg hunt, like what would be better? Like, do we want to see something that's going to come soon for the event? And like, I guess one of the things about it being an event thing is if you earn it, there's probably going to be more people that own the trap skin than need it, right? Is that good or is bad? Versus if it's like tossed into the king's arms, you can, shell out all the king's credits if you need it. But if you don't, then it's like, well, you don't need to buy it. So, but I mean, like thematically, it could also work well for the egg hunt. Like, just look at like all the shapes and potential for egg cracking and paint and who knows what. Um, hmm. Will there ever be a use for treasure map clues found like a currency? I think it's more of a kind of like when you request an invite or people are kind of like looking to invite people to a map when they see that, hey, this person has a lot of clues found. You're kind of like, it's easier to kind of like be like, oh, this person will probably pull their weight if I invite them to a map. I don't think that it'll be a spendable currency. Just that's what I assume the case is for the future for that. Yeah, okay. Having 0 skins as best trap is meh. So having a skin for it seems appropriate. Okay. Yeah, open-ended would make it less kind of like, oh, I missed it, or the exclusivity. That's true. Egg launcher. It totally could be an egg launcher. I agree. All right. Can we get a rib if we enter the art contest? I will draw you a rib. You won't get it in game though. Or I'll like, if you win the contest, you'll get like some merch, and then I'll like get a coupon for like some ribs at a local restaurant or something. There you go. You won a rib. All right. Yeah, open-ended for King's Credit or Tournament Hall. It's true. We also haven't had anything in there that's new for a while, so this would be kind of cool. And then you don't need to like worry about like, oh, should I like get this during the egg hunt right now, in case I manage to drop a rib anytime soon. And then like I think that maybe that's just a little more kind of you don't feel as pressured to kind of get one, because the thing about this trap, like other traps, it's like, yeah, we expect that if you put your effort in, you'll be able to get it. This one's different. Like, we don't do this style of trap very often, and we might not do it again for a long time, or do it in a slightly different way. But this one we don't expect you to get. It's like so rare that it's like, no. Like, there will be other traps that will be close to it, and you won't require it. So don't lose your mind trying to get it. So yeah, if we kind of like put it in the shop, maybe it won't feel like that. And drawing a gilded version of this could look really nice. I think that'd be pretty sick too. So yeah, I think that that's a good point. Yeah, don't do it for the egg hunt. People get super salty about it being a reminder of the frustrating elements of the game. Yeah, no, and I agree. I think that's totally valid, totally fair. Great Gnarl Tree. Yes, we'll make it for that old area that we are actually looking at revamping right now. Because we were addressing the kind of the flow of the game, the funnel, onboarding, and that is actually one of the areas where a lot of people drop off, which can't blame them. There's kind of like experience, gameplay, HUDs and stuff that lead you to it, and then it just dumps you in there, and there is absolutely no gameplay that is, able to be kind of like sussed out, and you just kind of lose your way. So that's something we're going to address hopefully soon, because it's bad. Lauren whipped up some sketches and like did a little kind of concept doc for it, and I think it's pretty good. So yeah, and I mean we have that journal theme that you can get from it eventually, so I think that'll be nice. But all right, lock it behind the lightning chest. All right. Yeah, map clues are like street cred in the treasure hunting world. All right. Make a collectible called Calorignus's ribs, which is just a platter of ribs that you can't use for the trap. Fall off the bone. All right, droid wearing the cannon. It's a giant arm cannon. I like it. Be a big cannon for that droid. All right. Ooh. Okay. Actually, I do need to request a Larry link, but I don't know. Because Dave is sick and Michelle might be prepping for meetup. I'll message Michelle. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can get the Larry link put together, and then I'll give that out after lunch. All right, so I think we're going with the Dragon Slayer cannon. I think that people are like, this is acceptable. Best in game trap, basically, rarest, super cool. No trap skins. Let's make it look cool and customize it. So yeah, if we go for like a gilded one, we could put it in the King's Arms, which makes it so that there isn't this like, oh, gotta get it during the event and feel bad that like, oh, I can't use it even though I earned the trap skin. And now there's just like so many of them and they're going for like, a small handful of gold in the marketplace or something because no one needs them. Or yeah, it's in the King's Arms. You don't need to buy it, and it could be pretty expensive. And save up for it or whatever. Like maybe that would work. I think that would work in the King's Arms shop. So all right, and I think it's such a cool looking thing that like gilding it or like just making it all royal and fancy will be lots of fun. Actually, I have a thing. Let's see. Oh, I don't have it installed on this computer. Oops. I wonder if I can do that right now. Okay. This might be foolhardy while I'm streaming. Forgot to set this up. So the other time I was streaming, I was talking about like, man, I can't search on my computer very easily because Windows is terrible at that. And also, wouldn't it be cool if I could have the chat on my screen so I could notice when things are moving? One of the mouse hunters sent me some kind of like apps that will help me do that. And I did get that set up on my office computer and just to kind of make sure it all works well. It actually does. So I'm just going to quickly get that set up on this one. Install, do not need a desktop shortcut. Who uses those? Not me. Install, launch, and do not show this window again. Close. Okay, cool. So I think I need to actually like launch it now. It's running. There we go. All right. So now I can actually have this over here, set it to top, and now I can like work in here without it kind of hiding itself. And then also I could lower the opacity so that I can actually just kind of see that it exists without it impeding the artwork. I wonder if I should actually like open an extra one so that I can read it easier. That should be okay. Can you see me now? I can, Todd. And I could even activate click through in case I'm like needing to kind of like use my cursor over here. All right, so brush. Yeah, okay, that's working. Cool. All right. So this should let me follow the chat at least a little bit easier. I can just kind of turn this off if I need to move it. Oh, maybe try it over here. And hopefully this won't like get in the way. We'll see. I don't think it will. Move it up to here. Because I can draw in this area just fine. Peace sign. All right. So now you're all being recorded forever. All right. Cool. Close that. Take a tournament hunt. Oh no, it's starting in 2 hours. Okay. So let us kind of just think about what we want to do with this. I'm going to actually pull up some other kind of regal images of traps we've done. Because I don't... Is the regal and gilded stuff like specifically for the King's kind of like events? Because I know that we've done events, and I think that's when we introduced them. But is it... It should be okay to like put them in the King's arms. Let me go to the King's card. Okay, so yeah, we got the gildeds. Yeah, okay, they just exist there. That's fine. Gilded coins. Okay, maybe not. I don't even... Okay. That was an event thing, wasn't it? Lavish, regal, those are King's credits. Manticore. Okay, so we do just have kind of like a slew of the fancy things in the shop. I think that that's fine. All right, we'll go with it. If I get in trouble for this, it's all your fault. But I always blame you guys. And I'm always... They all know it's me. All right. I'm just opening some extra kind of views on my main monitor. That's kind of like where I verify colors, grayscales, all that goodness. Just kind of see it in grayscale here. It's kind of nice to like not have to like look over here for the chat. Hopefully this works out. More purple. I mean, it could be. Could be. All right, so this is where the trap is. That's where the base is. We'll just make a new folder. Move my monitor a bit. Change the angle for more ideal drawing. All right. So I guess we'll just call this like a regal or gilded trap skin. Go with that. All right. So there are different ways that I like to handle these. One is just literally taking it as is and just kind of like changing the color on things, maybe adding just a little element. Another is just taking the base concept of it and just like repainting the whole thing with kind of a new dynamic, and like everything kind of changes, but it still kind of feels like the old one. What do we want to do with this? I think to kind of like work with the more gilded and regal and just souped up version, just kind of like giving it like some filigree and gold, and everything that's just kind of like made out of fancier materials and just extra enhanced and pretty. Like that's kind of what we've done for the other ones. But do we want to see that repainted? Okay. Gems. I do like painting gems, so I'm down. Gems and like crystalline kind of like stuff that has translucency is fun. Okay, great. All right. Yeah, we have a friend staying over at our place, and it looks like she has to head back. So just so you know, if I have to kind of pause the stream for a little, or go on break for a few minutes, that'd be when she returns. And I just kind of get her set up here so that I can kind of focus on the stream. Yeah, her plan was to kind of be out and about all day, but the systems are down where she's at, so that's not going to work. All right. All right, so there are so many things we could do with this. Sky's the limit. I do think that, yeah, just going Regal. And oh yeah, okay, so it is King's Giveaway. That's the name of it. I mean, like that is a thing. Is like we could make this and then just hold on to it until the King's Giveaway if that's what the rest of the team wants to do. Um, so and again, that might also encourage us to be like, hey, we should do this event. Which I'm never opposed to the King's Giveaway. I think it's a wonderful event. Just free prize mice. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. All right, so what kind of materials do we want to use? Gem encrusted. Okay, so gems. What is this? I like gems. Gems are pretty and shiny. Translucency is nice. Purple. Purple and gold. Those are just royal, you know. Totally works for the rest of the skins in the shop. Rip. Okay, yeah, rip it. Rest in peace. Some red too. Okay, I probably don't need to like outline these are the colors. But what kind of, yeah, like materials? So we have cork. Cork is cool. It's like maybe the insulating and kind of like just detailing on this, but let's swap it out for something even cooler. What would be a nice material? Um, and like we can change the shapes and stuff. It doesn't need to be the same. Keep it spiky. Fancy gold filigree. Yeah, I do agree. I like filigree. It can be fun to paint. Velvet. Ooh. Okay. Velvet it up. Marble. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, marble could be a nice replacer for the cork because it's kind of like it's the big solid surfaces that got the cork treatment, right? So marble. That'd be neat. Okay, so yeah, less techy for the front. That's a suggestion. More kind of just curvy, elegance, that kind of stuff could be good. Like that's where the filigree could kind of like break off of the surface and like become the silhouettes. So like just kind of make that the filigree. Fancy. Fancy. Turquoise. Turquoise is nice. Oh, we could like maybe like replace the scales with like a material like that, or maybe that's where the marble is. Who knows? Leather instead of velvet. Yeah, could be. Leather could work. We have like the rubber. We have the platinum, is it? I forget what metal we kind of stated that was. We have kind of like a different metal there. I think, okay, so I think this could be like the gold filigree. And then this I'll want there to be kind of like the fancy filigree. And I like the idea of it kind of like peeling off and coming out forward. But then, yeah, like I want like some nice contrast on whatever this metal is. So it could be like a dark metal, or the velvet, or just even the silver does work. Swarovskis. All right, so like illustrating diamonds is it's fine, but like one of the cool things about like sparkly gems like that is actually like seeing it moving, so you get to see the shimmer. Otherwise, it can be hard to capture the kind of like that rainbow bright shine. Like totally doable, but yeah, it's not as easy to kind of capture that like beauty of a colored gemstone, I suppose. Amethysts, yeah, because of purple. But yeah, so like gemstones here maybe. So it's just like a big old pile of precious rocks. Like it could be a bunch of different kinds, but it does kind of like have this kind of like pile feel to it, right? Um, so okay, what would we make the rubber? I mean, that could be like the gemstones too, if we wanted, or like this big kind of like bulb thing could be just one big diamond or like some kind of gemstone. So here I'll do this. Gemstones. Um, just a yeah, it could be a pile of gold. That's true. That could be funny. Pile of gold. Actually, yeah, I really like the chat down in here. All right, I can actually kind of notice it. Oh, sorry about like constantly just throwing it around. I am kind of jumping all over the place very quickly. No, yeah, I think that that like orb could change to a gemstone pretty easily, to be honest. Like it has a already kind of a glass-like effect going on. It's kind of more like a lava lamp in there, but like it has that kind of like polished surface with the specular reflection. So I think that would work well. I don't see the rubber, which part? So the this kind of like orange here is the rubber, and this is like the cork, and this was the geyserite, I think. I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think that's the geyserite. And then this is kind of like the ember type stuff. And then was it just like a frame that you built? I don't remember all the parts and steps. But yeah, so I mean we can like do literally anything we want with this. We don't need to use all the same bits. But it can be fun. All right, so if we knock this down to 38% maybe. Yeah, put it down to like 20%. Now we could do some like repainting with this if we kind of like drop it down and throw our own sketch over top and kind of like redesign the shapes a bit. Or would it be better, it might be better, to kind of just duplicate it and then build it up, like replace a few things, but like keep all the kind of layers and shapes the same. And duplicate this. Let's bring it back up to 100%, and then see where each of the layers exist. There's a whole lot of layers to this that probably are unnecessary. Boy, there's a lot of layers. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, okay, so this is the orb. These are all just a part of the orb. Let's crush that down. Boom. That's just like a single highlight. What did I do for this file? My goodness. All right, so this is trim, the metal trim on the front. And then these are just kind of just little details where it needed it. Back piece. Okay, so this is a whole bunch of bits. It's the rubber, the cork, and the like ember stuff. That's probably broken down into a few parts. Okay, so I'm actually honestly probably just gonna mash down a whole lot of these layers. Okay, so that's just kind of like the metal banding there. This is the under side of that. That's all one thing. This is just the kind of like glowy wires and tech stuff. The undercarriage. Okay. That's the behind part. These could probably just merge together. No need to actually merge them, it's fine. All right. I'll just mash all that. And that. This is part of this. And these are all just top details. This should probably be mashed with this. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Honestly, I probably just want to flatten it all anyways. I'm not going to need these layers. Maybe this one, because I don't need to necessarily keep that same lining effect. And this is all like the bottom area, so I think that works that it's separated there. Flatten that. Flatten that. All right. And then there's like the actual background. Boy, there's a lot of stuff. So many layers on this, you guys. It's crazy. All right. What am I missing in the chat? Keep the layers. Yeah, that's probably fair. Let's see. Tungsten. Oh yeah, tungsten. That's right. Chassis. All right. I should probably be able to work with this with the not click through. That way I can scroll if I need to. Maybe I'll just kind of squish it in just a bit. Yeah, don't change it too much. Just enhance it. I think that's fair. Okay. Imagining the mouth of the cannon being a dragon's mouth. Dragon are regal, at least in Eastern societies. Okay. One hand, it can make a really beautiful dragon. I mean, like, fight fire with fire, right? Like, I think we have some kind of odd play between power types in some areas. Like, when you go after hydro mice, you use the hydro trap, which always has watery themes. So, you know, going after dragon, might as well use a dragon themed trap. Why not? Yeah, like we do actually enjoy putting dragons and things. So yeah, this could be more dragon looking. What else? Okay, so we have yeah, we have all these layers. There's so many layers that are unused in this, it's crazy. Delete. 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 Yeah, there was like, I did a lot of experimenting with it. Did I do this one live? I kind of feel like maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Don't always recall what ones I did live. I feel like maybe I did not, because it would have kind of spoiled a lot for this, but who knows? You guys would. Yeah, there's so many layers. Okay. I might actually just mash down a lot of them. Okay, so that's cool, glowy orb. This is, I don't even know what this layer does. That's glowy on the metal. Above orb stuff. It's too many layers, you guys. Hot iron. I don't even want to like deal with these layers. I just want to paint over everything. So that's how I do it. Okay. let's just keep it like this, and we'll try painting over it. Even though I put in that work to like mash layers down. All right, so turn that down. That's just kind of quick notes. So what we could do is, okay, maybe I do want to mash things down more. Because it's just like, I don't want to work on this because there's so many layers and all of them are meaningless to me. But if I mash more layers down, maybe I won't feel like that. Yeah, I think I'll mash them down. And that way I won't feel weird about kind of painting over top of this. So I think I could mash down this and this. These are the same object, so that's one now. That's behind it. This is where I need to start kind of smushing everything. So this is all kind of the front of the cannon, and I could just repaint that however I need. There we go. That feels better. And then that's the orb. I'm gonna replace that. That's just greeble. That's the kind of frame. This I don't need separate. I'll just mash that. Okay. That's kind of like a bigger thing. This one's useful to have as its own layer because I actually plan on kind of like swapping out a big part of that. And under chassis, yeah, I'll merge these. They're the same thing. Cool. Okay, feeling better about those layers. These I'll leave for now. They're kind of backgroundy enough that I don't need to kind of deal with them yet. All right, so one of the things I'm going to do is swap out this design here. I'm gonna, instead of making it all like weird chassis tech kind of looking stuff, I'm gonna make it all fancy regal. But to do that, like the filigree, to do that, I'm first going to kind of add some filigree to the metal frame here. I'll kind of like make this look all pretty and fancy. And then I'll use those same forms and designs to create this front part, and I think that will work well. But one of the things I want to do, perhaps, to make that work even better, is take more space for this, to like give myself more open areas to add the filigree to. So what I'll do is, okay, so this one's above others, which works great. This one I'm thinking of replacing with like the marble. So maybe I'll do that first. I'll do the marbling first, because then I'll kind of be able to know what I want to cover up. And this will come after all that. Okay, cool. All right, so let's do marble. Or do we want a different material? Marble might be neat. Oh yeah, the date on the video is off because that's just how we record. We don't get to like edit the name until the stream starts, or at least we don't have it set up to do that properly. So March 6th. March 6th. Art edition. Okay. Change thumbnail. No, that one's pretty good actually. I'm clapping in it. Save. Oh yes, it is made for kids, sure. Should be kid friendly. All Alright, kids, go fight dragons. Like, there's no reason to like, say it's not safe. Don't think I do the swears. Okay. Alright, sorry. So I updated the title and had to fill in some stuff because apparently they have new regulations that you have to outline. Alright. Yeah, not sure how purple and marble would mash together. Okay. So, yeah, what material might work for that then? Marble might be out. I'm not feeling it the same as some other materials. It could even be just like fancy, like carved gem, like the walls of it even. But I do want more kind of like big flat. Okay, actually, so for now, if I replace this with the tungsten, that might work. So what areas are covered by this? Okay, all that. All that, okay. Yeah, if I kind of like make all of it the tungsten kind of like darker metal look, if I make it all that, the filigree will like really pop on that, and that could actually look really quite nice. So I'm considering doing that with the cork at least. So if I make all the cork into this darker metal, right? All right. Yeah, and then it'll still like keep all the same kind of like shapes and silhouettes, but it'll look significantly different, which could be good. Okay. Yeah, let's try this. Let's just go for it. All right, so this will be dark here. I'll just keep this, repeat it. As like maybe this panel back here is a different material after all. And we're just gonna block this in nice and quick right now because we need to kind of like get the overall presence to work, and then we can kind of fine tune and make sure all the details look good. Worry about that stuff in a bit. Just need to make sure the overall works well enough right now though. So test out all the materials. So yeah, it's very dark, but I think when we get like the golden filigree across, that will make it look good. So yeah, I think we could try the marble still, but yeah, let's try this first though. So then this will be dark back here. We'll kind of have its highlight on that edge, and then go nice and dark here. Cool. Okay, so it's handy that I kept the layers because that'll let me kind of like fill that in nice and easy without worrying about it. Yeah, let's just block this in. We'll see what happens, what comes out of it. That's kind of one of the things you get with creating art with me is I don't know where it's gonna go. I don't like one of the things that I've talked with people about before is I don't necessarily have a very good ability to visualize stuff in my head. Some artists can like literally picture it like clear in their mind's eye. I have like vague, foggy ability to kind of like imagine stuff. It's almost like if it was just grayscale and blurry. And that's when I'm kind of like thinking about it in that way. Usually I just kind of have like more of an idea and a concept and less an image in my mind. So I literally have to start to like put it down on the page to even know what it looks like. I just kind of have concepts bouncing around instead of what it looks like. So like I know like, oh, you know, like nice, interesting, valuable looking materials that contrast and have elegant shapes. That should look nice because I know that that's kind of how they are used to create those scenarios. And then I just have to like draw it out to see if that actually, if I can capture that. All right, so I'm gonna just extend this metal here because I think that that ends a little short with the new shapes that I've created. So let's use a smooth eraser. So yeah, when should the meetup start then? Like it might not even be today that anyone is actually like meeting up. Maybe tomorrow. I just know that like Carm and Lauren are flown out at this point, I believe, because I think they flew overnight. I think the meetup starts today, but I might be wrong. I haven't been kind of like paying attention to those exact details because I'm not one of the people traveling there this year. So yeah, sometimes the people at the meetup join in the stream, which is fun. All right, I'm just trying to like create this this frame. I may need to even like tweak some of the shapes a little bit. Actually, want to get this frame happening more so down here. I'll do it on this layer. This is the actual frame layer. Should erase it from here though. And this will just help kind of like capture the shapes that I think could benefit this. Create a silhouette that can attract the eye where I want it to go. That'll work when there was kind of like cool glowing materials in there. But I have destroyed those. Covered them up with metal. So yeah, like, so you can see that there's this kind of like this curve, which looks like it lines up here, but then back here it doesn't. So I need to kind of tweak that a little bit. And also this is getting wider as it goes away, and that is inaccurate as to what would be happening to something kind of in perspective. So just kind of cleaning up those edges. This can be overlapped a bit there. That seems fine. Alright, it's this back shape that I think needs a redo though. I just want to like follow this curve better. Okay, so it's right at the edge. I think we can make that work though. Thicken up the band there. going to try moving the chat onto the left side, because I do tend to kind of draw on the right here. Now, it fits better there, but the one thing about it is, will I be covering it constantly with my arm? I actually might not. Might not. We'll try it. All right, so this can go away. Don't need you. Don't need that. Perspective feels off on this. That's how it goes. It's always a battle. Wrong layer. All right. I think this is going to work out. All right, so I'll obviously be changing the colors on all that. That's just kind of like to create the layer I can paint into. And then what else? I'm going to pull up MouseHunt because I want to sound my horn for my birthday cheese. Okay, 6 minutes. Okay. I can hide the sketch right now, or the notes. I'm just working inside the file, the layers. Okay, so right now I'm keeping that kind of silvery metal, adding more tungsten. I think I'll actually swap out the rubber kind of gasket things with gems. And then like maybe this down here could be a pile of gems and gold, and that could be kind of cool. Up here, I'll probably end up like replacing this with something. Maybe keep the bone. This kind of glowing orb might stay the same, to be honest, but this metal, I think, will just kind of make it much more kind of elegant. Basically taking elements of this that aren't as elegant and adding it. And yeah, I might darken some of the metal detailing. Maybe the whole thing will be kind of dark metal with just like rose gold kind of detailing across the whole thing. Maybe that would be the way to do it, and just have kind of different layers of this dark metal. That might look cool. What would it look like if I just darkened this right now? So it kind of like brings it all down to the same metal. Pump up the saturation a little, maybe. Don't need to change the color, I don't think. Okay, so that could be good. There's one layer that isn't working with it. Okay, here, let's merge that. Okay, now let's darken it all. Adjust hue and saturation. Darken, darken, darken. All right. So it's all quite toned down. So it's like all this kind of like gritty tungsten that I kind of originally used, and then basically I want to fancy all that up, carving and filigree and all that, gold kind of etching, all kinds of fun stuff. Could be neat. Or is it better bright silver? I'd say let's try the dark. Let's try it. See what this does. All right, so we're kind of like pulling this all into like one big level, or like one material. And then what we're going to do is we're going to kind of like create open areas and flatten some out, and then add like super fine, interesting details throughout. And I think that what that's going to do is it's going to like make it all really cohesive and then like have a certain elegance to it. And I think that's kind of what this is missing if we want to make it more regal. So, because before it's just kind of like a whole bunch of things kit bashed together, and I think we can kind of like give it more of a purpose and design overall, and then probably like refine a lot of shapes. So I like the material handling here, where there's this kind of like dark glossy, almost granity kind of texture rendering happening on it. So a lot of the surface handling is kind of like going in the direction of the material. So like here it's kind of turning away from us. So all those kinds of little details would be kind of flattening it and rolling away. Where is that highlight? It's a little punchy still up here. So I'm going to soften that highlight there. Actually, I'll just get rid of it and I'll paint it in on the metal layer because I don't want to have to fight with that layer in the future to make it go where I need it to. So I'll add the highlight here. And we'll go with kind of like a kind of warmer gray highlight. Earthy kind of. Let me change that when we figure out exactly where we're going with this. It just doesn't need to be as punchy. Okay, so we'll try that for now. This might be going entirely in the wrong direction, but we'll see where this gets. See where it gets us. So if we... Okay, so overall we've darkened this. That'll just allow us to have more kind of intense contrasts. Gonna open up this side panel here even more, to be honest. Like one of the things to like capture a really regal essence is to have like very fine, thin kind of detailing contrasted by like very big open spaces. To fill this part right here. Okay. A little too purple there. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find how to like bring even more purple into this. Yeah, I think maybe this top part here will actually just turn it into a gold trim. Because that's kind of like the part that kind of peels off. That might all become gold. Or maybe it's just the outlines of it will be gold. Maybe there's like gold kind of wrapped gold edges around a bunch of stuff. Let's see. As I said, I don't know where I'm going with a lot of this. You know, I just kind of have an idea, a vague idea, and I can't know until I actually draw it because I can't picture it. All right. So I think if I do the gold filigree, I'm going to do it on a layer above all this, make it its own. That should allow me to kind of work with it easily. Got some purple mixed into this, huh? Okay. Yeah, I want there to be like nice visible layering of the metal. I think that could look fancy. You know, there's basically like some artisan took extra care to just add all these beautiful little details that are totally unnecessary. That's the essence of the kind of like what I want to bring into this piece. Just spent an obscene amount of time crafting each little kind of fancy curve and making it stand out and pop. Okay, so I think I'll just extend this up. Makes it a little easier to work with. Alright, so this purple is messing with me. That's why I'm getting all that purple in the color. Just hide that for now. Not that I'm opposed to purple. It's just kind of, oop, wrong layer. It's just if everything starts to get a purple hue across it, that's not what I intended. That'll get its own filigree detailing. I was mentioning kind of like bringing the gold on its own layer on top of this, and this is potentially where it would go, so I probably don't need to go too crazy on the details there. Also, where is this layer? The under chassis, maybe? No. Right. It's not top. Oh, it's this one, just right there. So I was thinking this could shift to like maybe a red velvet instead of this bony blob, you know? Right, it's that layer. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be good here. Okay, so it's this layer that has the ribs. So I can just kind of clean up the silhouette in some spots. Okay, cool. I just want to like pull this shape in a bit more, flatten it out. Boom. Not quite. It actually needs to come down more like that. That might work. Okay, I just wanted to kind of like make this velvet fit the form better, so I wasn't really doing that. So I'll pull this down now. The bones can stay popping out as they are. tweak that. All right. Oh, is the chat like not doing anything? Maybe it's because I'm at the rambly stages of just kind of slow details. Okay. So this is going to be swapped out. The velvet here, let's just kind of quickly capture that look. Do I have scratch brush might work? I think I need to get rid of the shape dynamics. Dual brush. What's messing with this? Okay, I don't want any size change. No jitter there. Direction. Pen tilt, rotation. Direction. Actually, no, I'll leave it off, and then I can change the angle there. This might work. Okay, let's open up the spacing, I think. It's not quite what I need for that, but I don't play with brush textures too much. I just kind of have some favorites that I use. It's gotten a little bit more velvety at least. So then let's get like, actually I think it'll stay saturated for velvet. Yeah, all right, not bad. Could be better though. And then get nice and dark in the corner there, where there's some overlap. Probably even just under the highlight too. Just a little. All right. I don't know about that, but let's try some other things. Like I think if I go with that, I'm gonna have to bring it out in different places because I need to kind of like create a rhythm throughout. Like maybe there would be the orb here becomes a ruby, so that I have the reds kind of carried through. So we could try that really quick. I'm just kind of like trying to quickly capture an essence of it. I don't need to like make it perfect right now. I just want to fill in the different blocks of potential so that I know if I need to like change direction. So like if that red velvet needs to be balanced, but I'm not doing that right now, I might not realize that I don't, that it might not work overall. So be able to change direction early enough by kind of like trying to capture that balance that would be needed. Okay. So there's just kind of like a quick, bright, saturated gemstone type thing. Meh. Kind of meh on it right now. Kind of meh. So I think maybe what it might need right now is like the filigree. That might help. Because that was kind of the whole purpose of making it go dark here. Let me just reload the chat. I haven't seen it move for a while, so I feel like maybe it's messed up, because that does happen sometimes. Chat is unavailable. Well, that would be why I can't read it. Am I even streaming anymore? What's going on? All right, let's see. Okay, looks like I'm still streaming. Chat is disabled. What? Why is... Oh no. Oh no. Did I do that? Oh no. Features like personalized ads and live chat won't be available on live streams made for kids. No, it's not made for kids. Get out of here, children. No children allowed. What have I done? I was like, no one seems to be using the chat at all. What's going on? Oh boy. All right. Well, that's a bummer. Sorry to everyone that I booted out of the chat. Jeez. So rude. And I totally didn't even verify because I was like, oh, maybe they're just being quiet. All right. Cool. That was a while ago that I changed that setting too. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see if it's back. Oops. Oh, sorry. Well, thanks for trying to catch me on a different chat. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. Okay. All right. I'll pause that video so I don't need to hear myself. Okay. Yay, you're allowed to speak again. You're adults. I'm never gonna enable it for kids again. This is an adult-only stream. All right, cool. Sorry, you guys. That sucks. All right, so let's fade that out even more. I guess I need to enable click-through so I can kind of move this, position it. We have opinions. Yeah, I need to hear them, you guys. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And like 4/5 of the chat disappeared. Oops. Hey, started streaming exactly 100 minutes ago. So it's 20 to 1. We'll go on lunch at 1. Just a heads up. All the potential ideas gone the past 45. Was it that long? Sound of silence. F. F to all the potential. And like the thing is I've like gone in a direction and like you guys might be like, "No, it sucks. What are you doing?" And I haven't been able to hear it. All that potential destroyed. Have to pay respects. Yeah, I mean, I guess no kids allowed. It's the button I had to click. You know, not for children. I mean, it's cool that they have that. Like the whole kind of like live chat being like, yeah, there could be bad, horrible people that show up in those, and you don't want something being like, yeah, this is safe for kids, and then someone's just like spamming bad things that the kids are exposed to. You don't want that. Don't want that. Do not need. All right, I'm gonna get rid of these. I can do something different. All right, cool. Don't like the red there. No, couldn't say it. All right, fair. Fair. I mean, of course you didn't like the red. Purple. Of course you didn't. It's not purple. What was he thinking? How dare. How dare. Muting you. Just like that. Not allowed to hear your dissenting opinion. All right. I'm going to leave it for now. We'll probably try adjusting things, but right now I think I want to like bring it to a certain level. Right now it's like dark and angry, and that's not what I'm going to go for in the end. I'm going to change it quite a bit. Blue maybe. Yeah, blue. Blue's kind of regal or royal. A royal blue, royal purple. Basically super saturated, kind of like dyes that were hard to produce. Those are the royal colors because they like to show off their obscene wealth and power over others. Huzzah. Cool. All right. Dark is better than the chrome thing I had going on. Okay, cool. I'm glad that you're into that. I think it'll really work when I start to add the gold filigree on top, so I think I might actually just start that now so that I can kind of like make sure that that is a direction that I was interested in going. So use our smoothed brush. So basically the idea would be to kind of like have this kind of fancy fine trim that has kind of like, you know, thin, very precise details kind of like going around the whole thing. And we'll kind of like make it match the lighting. And maybe it's not best right there. I did kind of create these open surfaces specifically to kind of like have this play in that space. It might need to be thinner than that. I probably want to like come up with like the actual design idea before I kind of go too far in this. Like this might work. Oops, the Windows key. This I think needs to kind of like flatten with the perspective as well though. Deselect, please. And the wrong layer suddenly. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to like really open up the space to kind of make that really work how I want it. Warp Blue Star Trek. Okay. Yeah, carbon fiber. That's kind of interesting. Not necessarily the essence I was going for initially, but that could work. That is kind of like the kind of like material look that I was actually picturing when I was creating that. So carbon fiber does work. Oh, as in warp blue is bad because you followed it up with yuck. All right. Using different colored jade over the marble, like violet. Oh, okay. All right, all right. Yeah, lots of disapproval of the reds. That's cool. That's why I have you guys here with me. All right, let's just try a color shift. Beep, beep, beep. Got some pinks. Got some purples. A deep, rich blue. Actually, you know what? Let's try this in tandem. Where is my velvet? This one here. Let's just merge these. No, I can't. I lied. Okay, no, I'll just shift this first. I'll do that one after. All right, so it's pink, purple, blue, cyan, green, yellow. Amber is kind of nice. Cyan was pretty good, yeah. Okay. So, what? Someone called me? I love that I had like direct messages. Yeah. Sorry about disabling the chat. That's poopy. All right, cyan's kind of nice actually. Maybe we want to like, go a little bluer or a little greener. That's kind of neat. Mm-hmm. Bluer? Really blue? Deep, rich blue? Something like that, maybe? I think we're going to change the velvet to match. Or maybe not. Who knows? Right now it feels like a Warhammer 40K spaceship for like the Emperor or something. It's going to change a lot, I feel. A little brighter, a little lighter. I think a little bit of that green is kind of nice. Let's try that right now. And then let's see what happens if we shift this to kind of suit. Is this going to work? Or do they need to be separate? Actually, that dark, like, rich blue is kind of neat. Or the purple. Definitely not yellow and orange. I mean, they could be the same material itself. Like, it doesn't need to be velvet. It could be that that's also, like, whatever this gem is. Although if I go that route, I think I'll change the actual kind of like power blob thing in the center that's kind of building up in the cannon, that blast, the ion beam, whatever it is. Like, who knows, might end up completely redesigning everything about it. Might be for the best. Darker. Kind of works. How dark? Actually, I kind of like that. Feels like a different material, at least. You know, this is more kind of fabric that's less kind of distracting. All right, maybe that. And then the gold can still really punch out. So let's see. Okay, I'm gonna pull the gold back on one of the edges. This edge right here, I feel like it's not assisting as is. But I might expand that surface so that I can play with the gold more. Okay, so if I extend this, out to here, like that, there's a lot more surface for me to add that filigree detail to, at least. Well, I should probably keep the same shapes. And maybe actually, maybe it just kind of wraps around like that. Then there's just kind of like a little window here. Maybe? Maybe not. Like it's a little kind of like foolhardy working with a weird design. Like there's a lot that I don't fully kind of like know exactly what I was going for. So trying to like keep that element, it's messing with it a little bit. Yeah, I think it will work. I think we can make it work. I think the bone is actually kind of like at an odd angle right now. I might actually remove it, close it off, change it into something else. Have it like, whoa, what the, how did I do that? All right, it's a weird hotkey. Yeah, like I might be able to get just a cleaner shape, and then I can kind of like bring the bone back in a different element, maybe, if I want. Try it. That's kind of the key word for today is, hey, we could try it. See what it looks like. If it doesn't work, we'll go back. This is kind of working. Vaguely starting to do a little bit of what I want it to. We might get there one day, friends. So I feel like this might stick out quite a bit. Now that that bone isn't in the way, I can have this wrap around fully. And when I like add the the kind of shading to this, it might make more sense as to what is happening. So let me quickly just add a different surface. Actually, this seems to be like darker up here overall. And then maybe this actually has that highlight. Okay, well, we'll play with that. It's not exactly there yet. Maybe there's a gap. Not quite feeling it yet, but we'll get there for sure, for sure. Yeah. All right. In case the background is going to be made more heavenly and regal, like the bright light shining. Yeah, okay, no, that's an interesting point. Right now I'm doing the darks just to like make that metal kind of punch up, but I agree that actually going dark might kind of play against that. Because you can have like very nice bright marble with the gold, and although the gold doesn't like punch off of it, it really has this kind of heavenly look to it when you do it right. So that might be where we end up going. Also, it is 1 o'clock coming up, so we'll go on lunch. Alright, well. The gold dragon head idea is pretty cool too. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, sorry about disabling the chat. I kind of did that on accident. I thought that if I enable the stream for kids, then it's like, oh yeah, like it'll just not get listed, or like it might just have more exposure. But yeah, it makes sense that it disables the chat. So, oops. Can't believe it took that long for me to realize that I did that though. Okay. You guys were like messaging my art account. I didn't notice. Whoops. Okay. So yeah, like that's a great point, is like changing the background would be pretty cool too. I feel like that's something that we would want. So if I like just really just to see what happens, gonna have to colorize it maybe. Bring up the saturation. not ideal coloring. Yeah, like if we went with some kind of gold, this is just like really loose. I'd probably totally go for a different background, to be honest. But like trying it on a lighter background, that's like really kind of pretty intense. So yeah, maybe we don't want to go so dark with the metal after all. Let's just see what happens when I brighten it up. It's going to take a lot of playing. We're going to be on this one for a bit, I feel. But I'm okay with that. I think there's going to be a lot to try and discover, and I honestly I feel like I'm going to end up repainting big parts of it, which I'm okay with. I think it'll be fun. Like this back area right here. Let's just do this really quick because why not? Boom. I'm just changing the shapes of things. Okay. But I don't think that was that great. I think I'll get rid of that. We're gonna want to pull this left side in a way though to kind of like create better balance. Actually, maybe if I like make this whole left thing here like more gold, that might actually be good. I know I'm supposed to go on lunch right now, but hear me out. Okay, so what if let me like bring this in. What? Windows key! Go away, Windows. I didn't ask for you. Okay. We like pull this in. And I know it's like going all over the place. I think we'll figure it out. We're just gonna try a couple of things first. Just kind of making it a little more compact, but then we're gonna like add maybe like cool floating kind of like sleek and interesting kind of like additions to balance it, and like change it up into something unique. I'm just kind of like trying to work off of the shapes and rhythm and composition. And it's just kind of how I'm seeing it right now. Who knows where it's going to go? Who knows? But I just wanted to see what this does. Oh, interesting. Kind of like green, yellow, red jumps on the side show that the weapon is preparing to fire. That's an interesting idea. Yes, the chat will stay enabled. That is ridiculous. Okay. Now this, if this goes into kind of like more of a kind of gold kind of underneath things. That might start to kind of work, maybe. Okay. Mauve or white? Yeah. Yeah, I think there's so much that I'm gonna alter. This is just so far from where I think it's gonna end up, to be honest. Really think that it's gonna change a lot. Um, this background is so gross looking. Nebula. It's got like more of a heavenly glow. More of a heavenly glow, he says, as he loses that completely. Okay. I'm gonna step away from this for a bit. It's gonna take a trip when I come back from lunch. I think we're gonna go places. Because I'm not driving with this right now, unfortunately. Like it's some things might be going where it needs to, but others just don't work. And I need to step away and then have something to eat, give it a flip, give it a save. So we haven't done that yet. Yeah. It looks like a Duracell battery slapped on there. What did I do that for? Alright, well. Yeah. Yeah, this can be so much better. This can be so much better. Alright, I'm gonna give it a quick save. And saved. Alright, so we're gonna go on lunch. I'll be back in an hour. No Larry Link yet. Hopefully I'll get one before I come back. We'll see. Yeah, Duracell, the bunnies. Sorry about the Duracell. Alright. Okay, so lunch. See you in an hour. Hello, welcome back. Had some lunch. All right. So the chat is not disabled now. Sorry again about that. My apologies. All right. Welcome back. Thank you. So where we left off, we were kind of toying around with the background, and I hate it, so we're going to change it. Also, the general silhouette of this, I think, needs to go. I kind of like the contrast, though. But I am also going to get rid of the Duracell battery look, because that's odd. I did have a good lunch. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I think I'll start with altering the silhouette of the front panel here. So I think that'll actually create a lot of the shape language that I need for this. So just kind of get more of those elegant curves and everything. So I'm just going to use a smoothing brush to kind of try some different angles. All right. Why can't I move this window? There we go. All right. I'm just going to narrow that a bit, if it lets me. There we go. All right. So I'll just roughly kind of throw the shape in here. I think if I just kind of block it in as a flat color, I can kind of create the angles, find kind of the balance, and then I'll add the texture in after. And so I want to probably focus on getting lots of kind of like big swooshy shapes, and then try and complement that with like very thin, kind of elegant kind of spirals or something like that. That was a Charlie noise. Oh, there you are. Howling from up on the peak of the mountain. Yeah. Right. Actually, kind of think maybe we could get like this like plant thing happening. I don't know if that's the motif I want, but when I did that spiral, I kind of created a leaf on the end, and that looked kind of interesting. Maybe. That is also a great suggestion, actually. Yeah, I think I'll try that out, kind of like getting the dragon motif in there. That would be pretty awesome. All right, so how would I do that is the question. I think kind of like making it like a jaw could be cool. I think as long as we kind of have that elegant kind of shape dynamic with it, though. So I think that's what I want to try and captivate with it, or capture with it. So I'm going to just get rid of this glow. What layer are you on? There's too many layers. Ugh. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so if I get rid of that, and then just smudge that purple out. I'll fix that all later. I just wanted to get rid of that one spot so that I can kind of erase this out without having to kind of worry about this thing suddenly appearing. All right, so looks like a beetle right now. All right, so maybe if I like turn that into a mouth, I don't think I'll get the filigree happening in that case, but we'll give it a shot. We'll see what it does. All right. This is just becoming more and more like terrifying. It's not the regal kind of elegance that I was going for whatsoever. Let's yeah, Halloween skin, exactly. I'm gonna try just kind of seeing what I can get if I go for the filigree first. Because I might be able to get the dragon motif in that. Yeah, if I kind of like do the whiskers and stuff, that could work. Yeah, put Fulmina's teeth on it. I like it. Actually, we just got an arcade cabinet delivered to the office today. Kind of a little birthday gift for us. It's like customized with some hit grab stuff, and the actual console, like the panel that all the like fight sticks and buttons are. The panel is like the Fulmina illustration. Actually, looks pretty cool. Just arrived like an hour ago. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of those hard angles there. It's kind of like weird kind of vine growth happening. Not exactly regal. grab some reference. Filigree. Ooh. Wonder if there's like dragon filigree. That's basically what I expected. No, I think some of this could work. Kind of the scales going off of shapes. All right. I'm extremely conscious of an audience behind me, just whispering and chuckling. I know it's like you're looking at your phones and books, but I'm just like hearing this like after I say stuff.
Jacob's like, I'm left out.
No, I'm just like.
You want to talk about Crazy Frog?
No, I don't want to talk about Crazy Frog.
Okay, well, there you go.
Why are you talking about Crazy Frog?
None of your bees needs.
None of my bees. What era are you in?
What era are you in? 2020.
Probably not.
We're in the future.
Okay, that's why.
Crazy Frog. We're demons.
How about that?
Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try and use maybe the elements that I see in some of these. Let's see. So there's kind of like potential of kind of putting dragon scales, or these could be like teeth, depending on how I handle it. Maybe. Charlie, don't sit on my mouse, please. Let's see. Get rid of that. Okay, so I think I might actually just start that over again. I'm not feeling that. All right. Make a copy of it. Okay. Now my chat's talking about Crazy Frog. Crazy Frog was lit, they say. Okay, so you gonna do the startup noise? I think I'm gonna try and get the jaw. Just to see. might just go back to the old school kind of filigree look. That might be the best for this. There's kind of too many elements that I'm trying to jam into this potentially, so I think if I kind of focus on that regal quality, then I can kind of just have a hint of other things. So we don't want to go overboard. Oh yeah, make the glowing kind of like the glowing metal tip thing that I had in the original, like Dragonstone. Be kind of interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't think that's working. Not quite. We'll come back to that, I think. Wrong layer. Okay. How about instead, let's try, like I think what we could do is we could do the trim on the kind of like the open flat parts, and then might be able to get some motif off of that, and then kind of make it feel like it's peeling off of that a bit more. And I think that will work a lot better. So right now I'm just gonna kind of just have a piece of that, but we'll fill that in later. Because until I know what I want that to do, it's just making it a little more difficult, I think. All right. Yeah, so we'll just kind of chop that off there. All right, so the trim is on this layer here. I'm going to, I think I might drop this one closer to the other layer, like that. All right. Might be a little too close. I think I'll move that up just a bit. All right. I think that's okay there. So now I'm gonna just kind of block in a bit more of the silhouette. I think it just needs the shape to kind of come together. Because right now it feels really kind of disjointed. It's totally off balance. So hopefully we can fix all that. Maybe this will just kind of come up all the way here. Okay, fill that in. Leave the shadow there. Okay. Perhaps if this kind of curves up here. Okay. I think that I want to maybe like have the whole top be just kind of like one big panel, and then I'll kind of like cut slits out of it as opposed to there just being these kind of weird folds across it. So if I just kind of extend this all the way over, figure out the actual kind of shape of it, I might be able to kind of like carve out what needs to, what the shape needs to be. Just kind of make it like fit in that 3D space a little better. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of these right now. As I said, we're going to like really alter this whole thing. I honestly should have just probably started like a fresh drawing instead of trying to just alter the original. Might just still do that, to be honest. You know what? That might be what I do. Let's see. If I can kind of like do a quick sketch that changes this in a way that I am kind of like really liking a lot, then I think I'll just go with that, and I can kind of quickly block in everything, maybe just kind of grab stuff from the original drawing, but like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like pushing and pulling and nothing's really kind of working how I need it to, so let's just try that really quick. It's easy enough. Alright, so here's the original. I don't think we're throwing out everything we did. I think I just want to kind of figure out a little bit more of where I want to take it. Like we were kind of discussing the material swaps. But yeah, I think overall I'm interested in changing the shape, but I think it might be easiest to just kind of do that from scratch. So let's just kind of grab a sketch brush. Yeah, just do it exactly. Exactly. All right, so we have kind of the base kind of cannon shape right here. And we have kind of the paneling that kind of builds a lip up on top of that. energy orb. And the like, I don't even know what this is. The Duracell battery. Okay. All right. And then there's kind of like this pile of materials that are kind of forming into kind of the base of this. I think we're gonna kind of make that into like the gems and gold and stuff like that. That could look cool. And of course, this kind of these rails or whatever chassis. All right. And this one kind of had a bit of the dragon motif. It's kind of like a little dragon head down there. And the spines. Okay, so this kind of just quickly captures the overall shape of this. Now if I hide the trap under there, we can start to kind of just alter it. Actually, you know, I'll leave it. Oop, wrong one. I'll leave it just so that there's a bit of the kind of color grading to work with. So, what do I want to do? I was just knocking that back a bit further. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll see you later, Shin. Stinge. Shin. I still don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Okay, so one of the things I think we do definitely want to do is have that kind of like filigree. Because yeah, basically it already looks pretty cool, but we want to make it look just opulent. So material swap works. I think overall I want to kind of like clean up a lot of the forms, make it more kind of solid feeling. So I think the base here is going to be one of the things that I'll definitely kind of like change the essence of. So if we make that kind of like a pile of gold and gems and stuff, that's going to be kind of interesting for it. I think we can still have that kind of like the orb in the center of that kind of like pulls it all together and controls it. Just that magic component. So it's kind of like wrapping itself around that, curling up and kind of lifting it up. And originally Fulmina's tooth was kind of like jutting out from under this. I don't know if we want to keep that. It kind of didn't really fit so good there. I just kind of had to jam it in because I wanted to include that part because of the crafting way that worked. It required it, right? So I did kind of just like slap a lot of elements onto it because we had specific ingredient list. So I wanted to try and make sure each of them were represented somewhere. Let's see, so this kind of pulls the eye out of the frame, so I'm going to bring this back in. So this kind of like tilts more upward, the shape of it kind of like brings you back into the composition. That'd be good. We could have this kind of curve up and in instead. Just kind of lead the eye back up. Right. What if this just kind of like moved down the side, and there was kind of like a few layers of it, and it kind of like peels out into different things. That might work. And I also want to make sure that the perspective is kind of flowing properly. Why, hello there. Apparently someone is on the MouseHunt account. Hello, me. Who this? Sounds like Giorgio. It does, it does. Hello, the Giorgio, potentially. I saw the arcade cabinet. Looks pretty cool. How are the sides of it? Oh, okay, yeah. Definitely Giorgio. He would never do this. Oh, not Giorgio. Could you post the Larry link if you made it? Yes, it is. All right. Yes, from Larry Larison III. It sounds like a sleepover back there. Like,
You're supposed to be working.
I'm trying. I just hear like chuckle, and then when I say things, there's more chuckles.
It's not about you.
I know it's not about me. I'm just saying it sounds like a sleepover back there. All the like, the hush hush whispers and chuckles. It's so silly. All right. Alright, so I think I'll keep that spike in there. That kind of like is a part of that composition. Yeah, we're gonna have like a whole bunch of hit grabbers just jump in the chat like last time. Oh boy. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Larry. Ooh. Happy birthday. All right. Oh. Gotta sound my tournament horn. All right. So, oh, good. Yes, more accounts. What have you done? You summoned them. It is your fault. KDM, how could you? How many accounts do we have? All right. Oh boy. Alright. So yeah, I think that if I kind of have these kind of layers of gold, almost like the leaves of a book, or sorry, the pages of a book, that could have an interesting effect. Reported for multi. Nice. Good. Get him. Maybe instead of this being attached at the base, if it's just kind of floating, that might have a more kind of fancy feeling to it. So if these, none of these have kind of like hard corners, if they're all just very kind of thin and elegant, hacked into the mainframe. Good, good. All right. That shape isn't quite working. I think I might make that smaller. Yeah, I like the idea of these kinds of magical metal kind of filigree just kind of floating around it. I think that'll kind of captivate this opulent kind of look. Right. Making fancy stuff is hard. I've certainly done it with some traps, but this is an endeavor, but I'll get it. So I just kind of was thinking, what if it's like golden wings off the sides and kind of just like weird metal kind of leaves just kind of floating around it. Maybe. Maybe. I think I need to bring in more rule of thirds into this just to kind of create a better balance. So I need kind of basically some really big elements that just kind of consume the panel and just kind of big open space, big open shapes, and then kind of do, you know, smaller details and then like very fine, and that should create a bit more of a kind of balance. So like if this oh, actually, okay, I might be able to kind of bring a few elements together suddenly. Just kind of had a bit of inspiration. So like if this, like I like the like pages of gold kind of opening up, and then there's kind of like a few layers of them. But if these layers kind of like form into the teeth, might be able to kind of like get that dragon effect. But also, if it's like bright gold instead of that dark kind of gold that or the dark metal with the gold leaves contrasting, I think it might also kind of work better. But then this would be kind of like the opening mouth. I think there's a way to make it work. This might not be quite it, but I kind of like had an idea of it in my head of how it could look, and it kind of was working. So problem is I can't like see it very specifically, so it's hard to like actually make that happen on the page. Yeah, it's gone way off from where I thought it would be. That's the thing about how I create, is like I don't know until I kind of like draw it, and then I can kind of see something based off of what that drawing looks like. Like I wasn't intending to make it a dragon's kind of face at all right now, but now I'm kind of seeing that maybe I could. And that was a recommendation, so let's try it. But yeah, I think if it's all bright golds, that might actually work best. And I want kind of like small details to kind of offset all the big kind of shapes here. Yeah, it's not exactly there, but yeah. This is infinitely different. I did not expect it to kind of go in this direction at all. We'll see. We'll see. As I said, like sometimes you just gotta start from scratch and just see where it takes you. Don't think that part works. You know what? I'm just gonna make it like a golden dragon now. because that might be the easiest way to find something in this mess. Okay, so if I make this kind of a jaw thing, and then just kind of like, so if I have kind of a cool looking face, and then I just like carve layers of gold out of it and kind of peel it away in interesting ways, I think that might actually turn into a pretty cool looking thing. But right now it looks real bad and real weird. So let's just work at it, see what we can do. Because it's super not working yet. Ba-da-ba. Okay, I think this part of the mouth I'll extend forward instead. Yeah. Okay. Meh. Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. This happens. I need to just look at like super fancy like statues and carvings and stuff to make this come together, I think. Okay. I can do this. All right. Winged Dragon of Ra. I'm curious because I think I can picture it. Yeah, the gold kind of like layers and stuff. I think that's maybe something. Let's see. Okay. I think I can make this work. I think we may not be going in any direction any of us thought we would, but we may also find something good. Or it will not work out and it'll just be like, this stream, we made nothing. Happy birthday! But no, I think we can find something in this mess. All right. So there's some elements that I think I'm just throwing out everything. That's okay though. This is how we create. It is chaos, and it is fine. All right. So I'm going to actually lower this down just so that I can fit more of the head in here and make that shape work better. And then, okay, so the jaw, let's do some erasing. People are going to be like, how is this the same trap? Excuse me? Excuse me? Actually, if I move this down as well, that might help me to kind of like keep that feeling of the trap. It'll just be in a slightly different position. That's all. So let me just duplicate this, hide the old one, because I want the old one to remain in its proper position. Okay, so there's still that like hyper beam charge up kind of effect going on with the mouth. I think that's what will help kind of ground it as that trap. So that's going to be important to capture. Okay, so Dragon Jaw. That's not how you spell that. Hit a few too many keys. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of kind of like thoughts that are bouncing around. I think that we can try a lot of different things, but okay, so I think that one of the things that I think I'm going to try and make work is that like layering of gold pages or filigree or like leaf, just the layers of gold paper I think is kind of an interesting thing that I want to make work. So let's just use that as kind of the grounding on how we're going to handle things. So we have kind of the muzzle of the dragon, which kind of has a shark feel to it currently. And okay, and then the hyper beam kind of blast charge thing, that's going to also be an element. And then I think it'll be just kind of like trying to combine those in a good, cool way. Why didn't that selection stick? Okay, lower that down. So the head doesn't need to be like quite as massive. If anything, I think I want the jaw to kind of like have more presence. So I might actually lift these back up to where they started, or closer to anyways. All right. Like what angle are we viewing this at properly? I think it's kind of turned towards us a little more than I've sketched it. So let's just kind of like do the really kind of foundational drawing of the shapes and then build on top of that. So it's kind of turned towards us more. I mean, I just kind of like, I'm going off the deep end on this whole thing. Just, I don't even know. What a day. Mouth. Looks like the Skeksis from Dark Crystal suddenly. Okay, and then I think like a really kind of wide, thick jaw could be kind of cool. Yeah, we're just totally going into a whole other trap. Does not resemble the original.
Oops. Maybe we can bring it back, but alright, so the leafing, I think, could be pretty cool if it all kind of like layers up into these shapes, almost like it's just kind of like a whole bunch of pages of gold that have like taken on this form, like an enchanted golden book turned into this trap or something. Let's grab in the chat. Could just be like a floating precious gem. Halloween trap confirmed, huh? Yeah, so I like the layering of things, and then when things are kind of like pulling and folding together and overlapping, there's kind of something interesting happening with this whole. I don't know what it is, but this whole thing. And then if they all kind of like turn into these kinds of kind of spines or tendrils, whiskers. That kind of has a cool look. And like if they all kind of like had some kind of shape to them too, it might also look cool. I'm at least kind of like seeing some potential in this. It's not where I intended it to go, but you know what? It has something happening that looks kind of cool. So let's just roll with it. Actually, let's remove this one. Okay, if we move this to the right, we can have a little bit more play with the like whiskers behind. Now it's kind of like trying to find a balance between each of the elements. Also, let me know if you hate this, because I kind of see some stuff happening with it that I'm curious to explore, but I might be kind of like making something horrifying that no one will be interested in having, because it looks scary and weird. So if this is very not good, then do let me know, because I don't want to make something that people hate. It's kind of like a weird dragon mummy. The teeth is too much, I think. So I think what I want to do is create a little bit more shape kind of the kind of like the mouth snapping open. So what I want to do is kind of create this transfer between these shapes. The composition, I think, can support this mouth opening more, and kind of make it feel a little more animated. So like if the front of it kind of like pulls upwards a bit more, you might kind of see those shapes kind of drawing at each other, and then make it more of a sense of this kind of like jaw kind of snapping open. I don't know if any of that makes any sense, but it's kind of just a composition thing that I'm trying to capture. I can do that by like maybe making the front teeth just kind of like really point upwards at the others. Kind of bringing that in. All right. And then the top, I think, need to kind of do the same, where they kind of like lead towards the bottom teeth. Yeah, now kind of like I feel like there's a little bit more of this kind of flow between the top and bottom of the mouth. And I think this gem thing, I'm going to move to 2/3 of the way down and make it like kind of draw a line between them. So let's see. And I think this kind of hyper beam thing can like break the mouth silhouette even more. Kind of like really kind of opening up like that. Okay, there's things that are starting to work. I'm not totally hating this. It's very different from what I expected to do today, but I also didn't really know what I was going to do today. Okay, so starting to get some of the shapes that I need. Yeah, I think if I make the bottom jaw really thin right before it kind of gets to the front of it, it'll kind of like have this whip snap look to it. I'm basically just trying to think about how an animator would want to kind of draw this in motion and kind of like use that idea to kind of create some dynamic shapes. Especially since it's like made out of like gold paper or something like that. There's just this potential excuse as to why it's like this weird kind of, you know, crazy looking shape. Hopefully this will all render out in ways that, you know, works, but we'll see. We'll see what this does. As I've said, this whole day could be just a futile attempt at creation. Not every day works out, so we'll see. But I usually have a pretty good time on stream. Like just kind of knowing people are watching and then also contributing to the design kind of like makes it all pull together. Yeah, this is like crazy aggressive, huh? Didn't intend to go this far with it. Gotta see where it goes though. Okay, well, it seems like you guys are enjoying this, so that's good. I am happy that people are excited about the craziness that is happening. I didn't know this would happen with the design, but I'm into it. All right, yeah, I think I actually really want the front teeth to just pull down. Like I want this thing screaming. I mean, if like this kind of like silhouette is invoking enough interest, then I think when I actually start to like have the gold layering on itself, it's really gonna actually work out. So I think we might have a good one. We might. We'll see. I'm still apprehensive. I'm not 100% sure this is gonna work out, but like it could. So here's hoping. All right. Yeah, I kind of want it to like invoke this like kind of like tearing its mouth open look. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna have eyes. I don't think it is. I'm not. I don't think it has eyes. Yeah, I think it's just like this maw, dragon face maw of gold layering on itself, and maybe there's like gems and stuff kind of like throughout, and then there's just kind of beam of energy building inside. Yeah, okay, it's kind of it's a thing. Not what I expected, but it's happening. All right. Is it actually just like tearing the gold and melting it? Is that what these are? Just layers of gold just kind of peeling apart. Okay, I think I want to bring many of these layers really quite close together so that there will be more kind of like dynamics between them. Like if they're really close together in some areas and like really far apart in other areas, it just creates more interest between them. So like up at the front, I could see them kind of stacking up pretty significantly. Oop, I grabbed the chat. I gotta make this unselectable, I think, because I don't need to. Don't need to move it around. Okay. Okay. Hold chat. Boop. There we go. Gotta move this over here. Enable click through. There we go. Now I can't mess with it. Aha. Foiled you. Yeah, this is spooky. It's kind of cool though. Kind of cool. just hide that sketch underneath right now, or the original. Need to be able to kind of like look at this more subjectively, because I think that's kind of altering my perception a bit. Yeah, I've kind of lost the old trap, huh? That's okay. I figured it. Beam weapon. And have it blooming through here. Okay, that might be okay. Well, this looks different. Yeah. Yeah, a little, huh? Kind of like went on a whole big different tangent direction. And so it's a thing. Hopefully it's not the worst. What are your thoughts? Let me know what you think of this ridiculous thing that I'm who knows whating. I guess I'm drawing. The purple base is dev only? Sorry. No, it's just like my template. It would be pretty cool though. Actually, I kind of want this kind of like coming down even more. There's just this crazy potential for everything to kind of like interlace with each other, and I think that can look really cool, especially with like gold shimmer and stuff on it all. Still gonna make it regal. So yeah, right now it's like horrifying flesh monster, but it is all gonna be like gold and gems and stuff. And I think it won't look regal, but it'll look valuable. Yeah, I know, right? It's not quite King's Arms. It's a little terrifying. So yeah, thing from Dune indeed. I might be able to pull it back though. Famous last words when I'm like, I might be able to do this. Let me just, and then it just doubles down on the thing that I'm trying to avoid. I'm like, I'll make it less aggressive, and then I make this. Yeah, that's what I did, totally. This is why I need like specific kind of, okay, I need to make this character for this purpose. Otherwise I end up kind of just going crazy with stuff and making this. Happy birthday? MouseHunt? Hello? Did this eat you? Yeah, it is a dragon slayer. Aggressive is appropriate, huh? I mean, it's just like I keep kind of like seeing this going cooler, so I'm like, well, I guess I'll make it cooler. That's kind of the thing to do, right? And so just kind of thought of how I could add horns to this to make it even cooler. And now I'm like definitely gonna have to make this trap because I don't know, man. It's pretty wild. Okay, so will this work? I was thinking could have kind of these like bigger, thicker horns kind of like over top of it. Right. Maybe that doesn't work. It takes away from that like big open space that I think is nice for it. I think it needs. Maybe just down here. Hmm. Got a little chicken wing on the side, apparently. Yeah, alright, so I want this to be open space, right? To kind of create some rest area for the viewer. And it kind of implies kind of the eyes, the brow at least. But I think it could be cool if I like have the horns somehow in here. Okay. I'm just gonna have like a sketch after at the end of the day. And this is maybe a layer. This doesn't feel very kid-friendly, huh? Mm-hmm. Looks a little derpy with the chicken wing horn, huh? Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit a horn on it. Like, if anything, I would need to kind of like go forward, right? And yeah, I think I need to kind of like create a better face shape. So this part of the mouth is behind. All right, and then this is like the front. That tooth might be bad there. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Gotta be careful. Treading water on those shapes here. I'm gonna need to bring these layers back. Yeah, with the mouth that open, they kind of would peel back the like cheeks and stuff. So maybe I actually need to pull that out to kind of create that like kind of snarl effect. So maybe the because I'm not like I didn't come at it from that angle, but I think that's actually a really good point that like this needs to maybe open up more here, which I think could look pretty cool to kind of play into that a bit more. And then at the front, kind of like scrunch here, lifted. Okay, so if it scrunches up at the front here, the top of the nose, that's kind of like kind of, if I actually think of it as an actual face and try and utilize those shapes, I think I'll actually create something with a little more life. So we are kind of like drastically changing some things, which is scary. But let's go for it. That is unfortunately how I like to create sometimes, where I just kind of get a little reckless. But it usually works. Yeah, so I like the potential of these layers kind of overlapping each other in this kind of way. It's just weird and interesting. Need to avoid tangents. Did I leave that horn in, or is that just me reading the shape wrong? It's a war about the purple, huh? this needs to peel back even more. Like I think it might need to go like that level of kind of far back, but maybe not quite there. Maybe more like that. I need to create a little more kind of rhythm in the shapes. So I think they need to start to kind of like get tighter and tighter the further back they go as they scrunch together. I like the overlapping nature of these things, so I need to try and bring that out. Maybe this one needs to maybe this comes forward. Or is it better back here? Boy, this sure has certainly evolved a lot, huh? I don't even know what I'm doing. It's going everywhere. I've like found good elements and then tossed them away and hopefully finding them again. So I feel like maybe I've kind of gotten further away from where it was working. Hopefully that's not the case. I don't know. I'm not feeling that as much. Not even its final form yet. So true. Oof. All right. This is a weird stream. It's tough. All right, this. I think it's just kind of like trying to balance the shapes right now. Okay, it's almost 4. Oh boy. It's very un-MouseHunt right now. It's so spooky. It's quite the monster. What have I done? I think it's floating head right now. I don't know though. Like, who knows what this is going to be in the end? It's just weird. I've made a monster. Literally, though. This thing will eat mice. I actually kind of think like white and gold layered might look really neat for this. Like, what if it was just open here or something weird? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it does look like a new trap instead of a skin for it, huh? Be forever till we get a new trap. That's happened before. Ooh, that's a good point. Okay, we need to like make sure this can still work as a skin. I think it can. I think it can. Cause like, well, not that one. It's like, it's got the beam. Alright, let's tilt it up. Gonna need to tweak it. Guess that horn can't fit there like that. That's okay. Ooh, wait. I mean, if it is a new trap, at least more people would get to use it. Because if this thing requires the Dragon Slayer cannon, it's a tall order. Okay, I'm losing that open space there. Danger. I swing overhaul with this. Nice. Okay, I'm starting to pull it back. I was feeling like I was losing it, but I think I'm recovering it. I think we're actually going to get to the point where we're going to color it in real soon. Might be able to finish this one today. I say as I have a sketch just barely completed at 4 p.m. and I need to be offline before 6. A classic Jacob move. I don't think I've ever drawn anything like this for MouseHunt. I'm enjoying it, but it doesn't necessarily feel very MouseHunty. Top of the head does feel a little lost, but maybe it's not as bad as that feels. So we got the theme. I just need to kind of like go with it, commit it, let it happen and tweak as I go, instead of kind of like being like, I'm gonna fix this and like just throw away so much work. Hello, Scribdev. Yeah, I guess there is the Maw Trap. Yeah, there's that kind of like snapback one. Is that the one? Kind of has that like sharp, kind of layered, thrusting look to it. Or no, the Dragon Maw is literally like, yeah, okay. I think I know what one. It was like almost like a staff head with like a dragon face, breathing fire. I think, maybe. Steam Maw. Okay. Oh, now I'm thinking of yet another one that kind of has this motif. Right, let me see. Steam Maw skin. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. All right. Well, either way, it's a trap skin, so it's like, if this isn't your jam, easy to avoid. Don't buy it, you know. But if it is your jam, now it's like something that MouseHunt doesn't have a lot of, style-wise. So I think that this is pretty neat. I'm into it. I would use it if I had the trap. Cries inside. All right. And there's a lot of kind of like little fine tuning I can do in terms of like just balance of shape, which I think makes this really interesting for me to work on. But it could get real tedious real quick if I went all out on it, because it's like, oh, I need to like make this just a little thinner, just a little kind of like closer here, or the angle just like a few degrees difference might kind of like create a little more interest to shape and stuff like that. So it's really easy to kind of like get caught up in that level of detail, but I don't want to like just work on the sketch today. I think we can actually render out a good portion of this, surprisingly. So we'll see if that happens. Yeah, depends on the color scheme. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair, right? You know what you like, and that's totally cool. And that's kind of the beauty of it, is like, you know, obviously, as we said in the morning, you can't please everybody. You're not pizza. So, you know, you just kind of create what works, and another time you make it for a different kind of set of people, and hopefully, you know, everybody has something that works for them eventually. Now with this upturned, is that like extra kind of gross and spooky? That's not necessarily what I want. This just kind of curves down into it. It's kind of horror vibe, a little peeling back kind of thing. Might not work for everybody. Yeah, like some people are super into trap skins and collecting them and being able to kind of like swap them out. Others, it's like, I don't care, it's not like better stats, so why bother? I'm actually working on kind of like a pitch for the ability to basically use trap skins for different traps, and kind of like making that a little more open. Because I legit think that that would be really quite useful for a lot of people. I know that I would kind of like be quite chuffed to be able to use old trap skins or old traps on new things that, you know, like I like the look of, but it's like not powerful enough to bother using, like the galleon, the Halloween one, that like big ship trap that we got. Like, I think that one's pretty cool and it'd be fun to bust out, but it can be hard to find an appropriate time to use that. Usually just events is when you can kind of like pull out fun for the look of it traps. But yeah, there might be the potential to kind of make it so that you can just equip what you think would look cool, but like keep the stats of your best in class, and just kind of how we can make that work. I'm just kind of putting together a little doc on ideas on why and how that would be pretty neat. Mouth tearing noises. I don't know, does that, the front work? I feel like I kind of like really changed that. Maybe that's bad. Yeah, no, like that's a really interesting point, because there are some like really, really great trap skins, but it's like for an old trap. It's like, oh, but I don't want to kind of upgrade because it's like, I like this one. You know, if I could keep that going, that might be neat. This one, like encrusted gems where the eyes would be, and then there's just like layers of them. Maybe we can try stuff like that. We could like create this eye thing, and then like being able to like just kind of like carve in embossed details and just like all kinds of cool stuff. We can make this look crazy easily. We could just work on this for a good while, and make it like really wild, detailed, and I think that'd be a lot of fun. But I do have to go offline before 6. So you might just have to wait either until next time, which that doesn't always happen, where I'm like, we'll work on this the next time we get together, or you'll just have to wait till it comes out in game. Gemstones as a spine or something. Maybe. All right, so much potential to like mess this up or make it amazing. That's the fun of doing live art. That's the other side of it. Okay, so it's kind of got some more 3D depth. Good. Floating dragon head made out of golden pages. Why not? It's a 12-year-old game. We're allowed to do weird things. Yeah, like that's another reason for kind of like the ability to use old skins, like the Sphinx Wrath. Yeah. Basically, there's lots of upgraded versions of traps where like the old ones had cool skins, but now, well, I guess you can't use that kind of thing, you know. So that's kind of a bummer, right? So I think it'd be cool to be able to change that up. And I think it's doable. I just need to like help figure out how that system could work. That's also like some of the, like I'm doing a lot of game design currently because we don't have kind of like the list of mice that need to be drawn till we're like fully signed off on the content that we need. We can't really invest those resources. So that would be kind of like one of the things that I'm going to be working on until we know for sure. I want to pitch that idea. All right. This is crazy. This is pretty cool. I'm into it. I don't usually draw this kind of crazy style. I think it's pretty fun. Very neat to create. If you've never like tried to draw this kind of stuff, do it. Go for it. Surprise yourself. Draw something scary. Also draw something for the MouseHunt contest. I want to give out prizes. I believe, does the contest end next Wednesday, I think is the deadline, so it's not a lot of time. We unfortunately didn't get all the details hammered out until later than I hoped, and so we didn't kind of give, you know, a huge amount of notice for the contest. But I hope you guys create something and share it, because I think that's some of my favorite stuff, is like having the community kind of like make things and share it and being able to see what you guys do. Like that especially makes me super happy to be a part of something like this, you know. Like, I appreciate that. Yeah. And, like people sharing ideas and like messaging me with like, you know, they're kind of like, hey, I was at like a restaurant and I decided to like draw this character on a napkin. And I'm like, that is so great. Thank you for sharing. I love it. That kind of stuff is just fun. Makes me happy to see. All right. Okay, I think we're at the point where we can actually block in the silhouette. My goodness. Finally, at the end of the day, we can begin. Maybe. That's what I always do. I always say like, all right, we can totally finally do this, or I'll stop doing this thing now. I'll stop doing art, or I'll stop detailing this one thing, as I like will continue to work on that exact thing for the next 10 minutes. I do that so often. I'm not sure that horn works yet. $10 p.m. there, eh? Yeah. And I can't wait. I mean, I can wait, but like, yeah, another 12 years. Let's go. Let's keep this magic going. I am okay with that. I'll be on my deathbed drawing art for MouseHunt. All right, let's just kind of like stop all this detailing. Let's actually fill in the silhouette, because I think if I don't do that, I won't know for sure if this is even the direction it needs to be. So silhouette might actually reveal things. So let's just block this in. Start, oop, layer behind, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start with the back layer. And due to the kind of shape language, I'm just going to overpaint it and then erase away. Probably only need to hit up kind of the teeth and jaw area, but I'll overpaint back there too. All right, so let's see. Hard edged eraser, yes please. And with this one, we will actually need to use a bunch of layers. I'll just make cutting things out from each other and having kind of like nice clean edges a lot easier. And I think that'll be important for really capturing this. I'm going to drop the sketch down to 19%. Bring in the lower jaw a bit. Too much underbite. I kind of enjoy the underbite, but I can bring it in. Let me see how this looks just as a silhouette, and then I'll go from there. Because I did that on purpose. Like, I know that they wouldn't really line up that well, but I'm going for a bit more stylized kind of snappy, cartoony, not cartoony, but like basically an animator would over exaggerate that to kind of create that like movement in the design, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm not good at that kind of thing, therefore might not actually be working. But oh, you know what? That was the front layer that I just was kind of working. So I'm actually interested in the back layer, which will bring it in here. Need to redo that. Oops, messed up. All right. I actually don't want it all the way over here. Pull it back. Didn't need to overpaint over there. Alright, so I do want it here. Okay. And I think the front layer is going to deal with those teeth. Front layer is going to deal with that one, but the back needs to do this one. Maybe this one as well. Might as well. What is that happening there? Okay, front layer can deal with some of that. It's going to take some figuring out, to be honest, to be like, this layer should do this part, because there's just so many like overlapping elements. It's an interesting one. I'll give it that much. Okay. It's a little unresolved back there, so I get to kind of figure out the shapes that I want right now. I'll have a little bit of unevenness. Seems all right. Okay, and now okay, I'll actually do the back parts of these. Might be easier to do it this way, or it might be more difficult. I guess we'll find out. Alright, that's probably fine for now. So let's do a new layer. This one I'm going to make the kind of like crazy explosion blast mouth cannon thing. Hyper beam. So let's grab this purple and let's just make a big old circle. Or maybe I'll just use a big brush instead of messing with that, because I need to use a soft edge brush perhaps. Let's use this one. All right, now let's grab this, do layer on top. Now we can use a hard edge brush. Cool, cool, cool. All right, and then should just need the white. All right, and we can play with that later. Goodbye. All right, now we need the layer on top. This one we can go a little darker, a little richer, a little more saturated. Now let's get the front kind of layer. We're going to need to break these all down into multiple layers of their own. But for now, I'm just going to create one layer for all of it. So I'm just going to be covering over a lot of the other layer. Yeah, the bottom jaw is like really jutting out. So I might bring that in after all. Again, I think I still want to see the full silhouette before I decide. Because it is on purpose, it's extremely exaggerated in that regard. But I don't want it to look bad and wrong. And it looks like it might have that effect. Okay. there. It's throwing me off. Trying to work with that layer existing in that spot. And maybe a little too far out. So what could be stronger? I'm gonna put that out there. Could be stronger. The background layer for those. Kind of changing a bit of the shapes as I go so that I don't end up with tangents. This one is front. Ooh, not eraser. Thanks. Always happy for people to like pop in periodically and check it out. So, I mean, it runs for so long and it takes so long to get anywhere. It makes sense to just kind of jump in, see where it's at, go back to doing what you do. I almost always post it to my wall after, but it's fun to see it like work in progress. Okay. modifying that silhouette just a little bit. Bring this one up even more. Just a little bit more play between those shapes. The distances being varied, the thickness. Yeah, I think that makes it a little bit more interesting to look at. All right, and then pull this in. And we're getting there. Almost have the silhouette, guys. Almost have the silhouette. Yeah, I like that there's like an opening inside of the silhouettes here. It's like a gap. Neat. All right. And then that sounds like a good time. Watching the stream while texting with friends playing RuneScape. Can't complain. Cannot complain. Gotta sound my horn probably. Ooh, falling behind in that tournament. Oops. Sorry, team. All right. Let's try out like ruby gem. Those pigs always gotta have their snacks. Chirping away, I'm sure. Yeah, I like being able to be a stream where people just kind of like go about their day, like check in, see how crazy it gets. Like, Jacob, what are you doing? What is this madness? Sound like my cats. All right, cool. So we have a silhouette locked in now. And if we turn the sketch off, I think it actually reads fairly strong. I can kind of like tell what it means enough that it's kind of like a mouth, a maw. I'm actually tempted, instead of pulling the jaw, the bottom jaw in, I might actually extend the top one out more. Because I do feel like it could line up better, but I actually feel like I want that kind of like elongated snap to it. So let me take a quick break. I'm going to have a stretch, grab a quick snack. I'll be back in 5. And then I think we're probably just going to stream until I need to go. But at that point, I think, yeah, we're going to like change the like profile of the mouth just a tiny bit. I think, yeah, extending that might do it. Yeah, and that should be just kind of layering in the details. I think I like the potential of there being kind of like gold page and white gold page, white gold page. So we'll try that and see if that looks good or not. But yeah, I'll be right back in 5. So don't go anywhere. Short break. Okay, so we're gonna stream for another half hour, and then I do need to go. But I think we can get pretty far with just that. So really quick, I'm gonna give it a flip. Give it a flip. Apparently really slow. I'm gonna give it a flip. There it goes. Yeah. I definitely need to extend the top of the maw. Give it a save. That's always important to do. And let's see, best way to do this. I can turn off the sketch. Use the silhouette to figure out where it needs to be. Now, unfortunately, it's a couple of layers, but if I extend this, no, actually, I'll just drag it out. Somewhere around there, maybe. Maybe I'll hide this one and no. I wish I could do both at once. Clip Studio is a program that lets you do that. You can basically kind of like drag out, make a selection over multiple layers, and like have each of those layers kind of like move that part of their layer. That might be good right there, to be honest. Doesn't necessarily need to be too much. Just want to create that snap shape at like I think that might do it. I might bulk up the top, kind of like create more of a grounding of the shapes. Try this for now. Okay. And this one, the top teeth as well, I think I want to tweak. I want them all to kind of come towards the inside of the mouth. All the teeth are like either going straight up and down or towards the throat. But these ones kind of feel like they're going forward a bit too much. So we're going off script here a bit. I just need to work with what feels right for the silhouette. All right. what I need to do for this actually is create more of a flow between the different teeth and kind of like create a cylinder kind of shape, almost like it's kind of just tearing apart right there around where the beam is gonna kind of come blasting out. So like I'll do this, although I don't want to get too much of an angle covering over, because I want to see like the inside of the mouth there. But this might actually need the teeth to kind of like go in a certain direction. So like these ones could be kind of like, I almost want them to feel like they have to get out of the way of the beam. Just to try this out, see if it works. Might not. It's the name of the game today. See if it works, who knows? Maybe it will. Probably won't. Alright, that doesn't seem too bad. Alright, so now for the sketch, I can just kind of pull this right here, this layer maybe, and bring that out and over. And I think, yeah, I'm going to move the gem a bit. I think the front top teeth might lean into, maybe, I don't know. Actually, I should drag this over a bit. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think that works. Alright, nice. So let's move the gem over. Bring it up a bit. That seems okay. Actually, I almost wonder if the bottom teeth want to lean forward a bit instead. sketch too, just to keep that consistent. I can bring that in a little, I think. That. Yeah, that might be it. All right. Cool. All right. I think that does it. All right, so turn off the sketch. Silhouette seems all right. All right, so let's try doing some layers on top of that. Add that as a clipping layer, maybe. Although that might work against me if I do that. Kind of already set myself up for that, so. Actually, maybe I'll just start with the topmost layer and just kind of build them underneath that. So let's start with we'll just use a different color for now. Use my smoothing hard edge erase or hard edge brush. And smoothing hard edge eraser. Okay, and then try a layer under that. Let's go for lighter. Okay. Same deal. And these are just kind of placeholder colors. We can change them after. does that look within the sketch? All right, that's kind of interesting. So do another layer. Same deal. I'm just gonna kind of like keep building up the layers this way. Grab color. All right, and then another one, lighter color. All right. Let's save. Oop. Supposed to create a layer there. There we go. Yeah, it does kind of have that look to it. Actually, it's making me think of like a weird kind of layered dessert. Okay, and this one, we'll layer back here. decide what layer we'll get with teeth. Okay, so this one's immediately under that. So this will get the lighter. That works. Okay. And nearly done with the top portion. Well, there's going to be a lot of kind of cutting in and out, I think, to make these interlace. I need them to, plus like the bottom's just going to share the same layers. It'll be interesting. All right. So this one goes above the one we just did there, but then everywhere else it's a bit below. Just overpaint it there. And I'll give it this tooth. Oh, I think I'll bring a light layer across right there. And this one's dark overall here. Okay. That should work. Yeah. Alright, so back to the layer above. Bring this out here. Let it kind of poke out there and then dip back in. That's kind of interesting. Alright, well, I think it's going to be a lot of that till I can kind of like actually start to render stuff, which won't be too soon with this piece, so I think that I'm going to wrap up the stream right now. I'm glad that it is working for some people. Actually, I haven't seen anyone saying they don't really dig it, so I'm a bit surprised. It's not the usual cup of tea. But, alright. I'm having fun with it. There's just a lot more work to do on it. Took a while to get there. Alright, so I'm going to go to save. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to post it on my page today. There's just not enough to it, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, next time you see it, probably when it's in the game, unfortunately. Oops, move that layer. But if I am working on it the next time you see me, that means that don't have the new area resolved enough, so that's bad. But good if you want to see this being completed. So, until next time, friends, thank you for hanging out. Hope everyone enjoys the MouseHunt birthday. If you're out at the meetup, have a good time. Say hi to everybody for me, and I'll see you next time. Happy hunting, everybody, and take care. Bye for now.